Are we live? Oh, I forget. I be forgetting I have a mic. Are we live, y'all? Are we live? What is up? Let me see if I can sign into my chat here. Cause I just want to make sure that I'm getting, everybody's chat and stuff. Just so that I don't have to sit here and use another phone. I think I'm signed in. I should be able to see everybody's chat. But the only thing is it's still going to be a little bit difficult to kind of maintain. Oh yeah, I forgot. I always forget that I got to do this part. So let me go log into my account. But I got a couple of things that I want to show y'all today, and we're going to start the stream off a little bit different. We're going to start things a little bit different, but real quick, let me go to the YouTube studio and change my live stream's thumbnail. Thank y'all so much for tuning into my video, by the way. Hopefully more of y'all end up tuning into that. But real quick, let me go change this live stream's thumbnail, or the vertical live stream's thumbnail. I don't know why, but it happens like this all the freaking time. But it's all good. So today we're going to be talking about a topic I'm not sure, I don't think many of you might actually care about this topic, but it is something that I personally care about. So hopefully this is going to be a good topic for y'all. If it isn't, then oops. oops, then maybe this wasn't for you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure y'all are going to end up liking this video, by the way. And it's going to be really cool, to end up getting into this and stuff like that. I just got to make sure I got this stream kind of ready to go. Here we go. Save that. Perfect. And then, like I said, I think this other screen that I've opened should show the chat for everybody. You said it was good. I've been studying Network Plus. Hey, that's fire, Heath. Okay, I guess not. This only shows me the chat on my, this currently only shows me the chat on my horizontal streams. But for my vertical streams, it doesn't. So I guess I'll have it on my phone. So you look so gorgeous tonight. How are you doing on these beautiful Friday nights? Hope you have a wonderful weekend too, and take it easy. Thank you so much, Daniel. I have had a great day, man, and thank you so much. So you look like Ella May. I don't believe it. I don't think that's true. I do not think that's true whatsoever. But all right. Real quick, I wanted to end up getting into a couple of these topics, and immediately, you know how yesterday I ended up kind of showing you guys like a, what is it called, like a reaction to something. But today I'm going to do it a little bit differently, but it's going to be a reaction, but I want the videos to actually end up playing first. So real quick, let me just kind of get this stream ready to go, because I want to make sure that I got my polls, that I got exactly what I'm going to be talking about, because there is a lot that I plan to end up getting into today. I'm not sure if we're going to end up getting into all of it. Hopefully we do, because I think this is going to be really fun. I'm just kind of setting up right now. By the way, let me know if you haven't seen it yet, do you guys like the mic? Do you guys like the new camera? Someone was telling me that I should just clip the mic to my shirt because they feel like it's a little bit too loud. Or a little bit like poppy, but I don't know. I feel like I personally just like holding it. Not that we got the Andrew Tate people here, or you said what? We got Andrew Tate here, people. Oh. Not you doing me like that, man. You said, hey Mars, how are you doing? It's been a while. Hey, I'm doing great, man. How are you? It has been a while, my guy. Mr. Dex, how are you? But no, yes. So real quick, I just wanted to show this couple of minutes of a video on TikTok and then a different video on TikTok where I kind of want this to kick off what we're going to be talking about today. And I know normally we don't end up doing that, but of course, we're going to be talking about wasted potential, y'all. So what if you're not actually wasting your potential, right? This is currently what I want to get into. What if that's actually not the case? You just haven't figured out what you're supposed to be doing with it, right? Because I feel like we all kind of get to that point where we feel like we could be doing more, but then we don't really know what to do, right? Because I think a lot of people watching this probably may feel capable of more, but then more isn't really producing in their life. So right now I'm on day 6 of my 90-day lock-in, right? Not cut your hair on live for 4K. That would be crazy. Said everything looks fine. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you. But no, yeah, so I'm on day 6 of this 90-day lock-in where I'm going to be locking in on a bunch of different goals, right? And today I want to talk about something that I think a lot of people do struggle with and they don't really know how to explain it, which is wasted potential. You know that you could be making more money, but you're not. You know that you could probably get in better shape, but you aren't. You know that you could learn a new skill, but you haven't. You learn, or you feel like you could start a business, but you haven't necessarily got to it. And this can go for almost anything, like going back to school, maybe creating something, right? You just never really know. But you start wondering, am I wasting my potential because I could be doing all these things, but I'm not really, right? But I'm not really. So, real quick, let me end up dropping this poll in the chat here. And I'm going to drop it in both chats, by the way. Hopefully, this is a yes or no poll because I hate that. I was going to say, okay, yes, this is a yes or no poll. Because sometimes I'd be uploading a non-yes or no poll, and then that just is very hectic. Because I have my horizontal stream up, and I got my vertical stream up, y'all, by the way. So you a stud? Yes. Said hi, yes, I know for sure I'm capable. It's just sometimes I feel like I'm doing something for nothing due to fear of failure. Ooh, we could definitely end up getting into that topic, y'all. Like, if I really hope I could remember this for tomorrow, because I feel like I like that topic. That topic is a good one too, is the fear of failure. It's currently something that I actually think I go through, but for some reason I just push through it, even though I be feeling like that. But there are times where the fear of failure has definitely like stumped me into thinking like, well, it's just not, like, if I write a book, I'm like, it's not going to be the bestseller, so I might as well not do it. And so, or I would think I can't really sell this, so then what's the point? But sometimes I realize I can't think like that. And I want to actually hear what you guys think, right? Because I don't think wasted potential is as simple as somebody being lazy. So, real quick, I'm gonna end up showing this TikTok here, and we're just gonna get right into it. I don't really want to over explain what it's about, but it's about, this lady just kind of talking about feeling like she has wasted potential and different things like that. Real quick, let me look at the chat before I do it though, because I don't want to be ignoring anybody. I don't want to be ignoring anybody. Okay, so far everything looks good. Everything looks good. Okay, let's get right into it. So I'm going to jump my screen here. Hopefully y'all both can see this. Okay, perfect. So this is a girl. Her name is Court on TikTok, if you guys want to ever check out her TikTok. But here we go. I said, hello, what is up, little Miss Anna? What is up? What is up? But let's kind of start reacting to this. Oh, wait, hold on, actually, because I think I got the volume down. Woof.
I don't know what it is. I just feel like in my bones that like I'm supposed to be something. Like I'm supposed to do something really big and like important. And I don't know if I'm just like fucking delusional or I don't know. I just constantly feel like I'm wasting my potential and I don't know what to do with that information because I don't know what it is I'm supposed to be doing. But it's I feel like I need to be doing something. Like my brain is so all over the place. I jump around like I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. It's different every single day and I think the reason that it's different every single day is because I can't figure out what is the thing. Like what am I looking for? I'm trying to find something that I cannot find. Every day I
And you know what's so funny is before, I didn't even know she ended up saying that part at the end because I watched like a little bit of it. But that was exactly what I was going to end up getting into, is that sometimes I feel like with wasted potential, normally we don't really know where to put it though. And I think that's where the problem is. Sometimes it's not even that like we are intentionally wasting our potential. We just don't know what, or like what we should be doing. So career counseling, not really. I'm just kind of talking about this wasted potential thing. So it's like less thinking, more success. No, facts, facts. That is true. So everything is Gucci, but could be Prada. Hey, okay. Alrighty. No, but yeah, so I actually found this. And so when I seen it, I think I was kind of seeing the TikTok from the perspective of like some viewers or maybe some people who feel like they're wasting their potential. But I really do love what she ended up saying at the end there. Like I was just saying, because I thought that, like, whoa, I didn't think that she was going to come to that realization and I was going to say it myself. But she did, because I actually understand what she is saying. And I think the reason this personally, or this probably resonates with people, is because there's a difference between knowing you're capable of something, but then actually doing it, like Winnie was saying, where it's less thinking and more just kind of doing it. Or, well, he said less thinking and more success, right? Because you could sit there for years knowing you could do this, you could make more money, you could start creating, you could get in shape, you could go back to school, but potential doesn't actually mean you aren't improving in all of those areas or even turning all of those things into actions, right? But there's one part of this conversation where I think we have to, of course, be careful because I don't want somebody watching this hearing you're wasting your potential and then start beating themselves up, right? Because I'm sure a lot of people might come across these or come across even my own videos and seeing how I'm locking in for the next 90 days and probably thinking like, well, damn, I can't lock in for the next 90 days. I don't feel like I could, or I don't know what to lock in on. I don't know what to do. And so it can turn into beating yourself up instead of it motivating you, though that's the goal, right? Because now you've taken something that was supposed to motivate you and you took it personal into a reason, and then now it became a reason to hate where you are. And that's not what I think you should do. And I think that's where a lot of self improvement does to people in the end. But I don't want this to be there. There's a middle ground here. Said, hi, what is up, Yuki? Low key, great work. Thank you so much, Eddie. So, what if it's not potential in career or money? It could be spiritual or internal work or self. That is true. I actually really like that too, especially the spiritual one. There's a lot of people who know spiritually that there is more potential in them. They feel like they could be doing more and they don't really do it. So, this could honestly align with all of that, right? So please tell me you have Minecraft because if you do not, I'm eating a handful of drywall. That's wild. Then I do have Minecraft, but I don't play. So what's good, Mars? What is up, Killer Bean? How are you? Says subtle change in content setup. No, yes, it's because I have a better camera now. So I don't know why my wait, hold on real quick, because I don't know why my camera looks like I'm a little bit leaned this way. Let me kind of move myself. But it's because I have a better camera now, so it's a little bit like I'm live streaming on horizontal and vertical, so the camera has to be zoomed in. If I was doing it just for vertical, all I have to do is flip the camera like this and it would look a lot better. But because I'm doing horizontal at the same time, that's why. So what is your fave song? I don't really have one. You said, are the little weird fringes a thing now? I don't know what that is. But let me read a little bit of my horizontal before we keep going. You said, oh yeah, what is up, Cass Pillar? What is up? What is up? How are you? But yeah, so let's continue, right? Continue, my fault. I don't know what continue is. But potential does not equal obligation. And I feel like, of course, this needs to be made clear. Just because you're capable of doing something doesn't mean you have to do everything. You might be capable of being a doctor, but that doesn't mean you got to be a doctor. You might be capable of starting a business, making six figures, doing a million different things, but that doesn't mean all of those things are actually what you want. That's why I always tell people when you're looking for things where you feel like you have a high potential, or excuse me, my fault. I keep burping into the damn mic. This has been happening. But when you feel like you have high potential, I feel like sometimes people feel like they need to do it all. But in reality, if you feel like you have high potential, you need to focus on things that you are of course are passionate about, but that also can pay the bills, right? I'm not saying you need to chase some shit that makes you $1 million, but like if the bills ain't paid, we can't be doing the other shit. But I feel like sometimes people are like, well, where does my potential go? But it should be going into something you're kind of already interested in. And if you don't really know the interest that you have, then you could dibble and dabble into a bunch of different things. Of course, keep a stable job, though. I feel like sometimes when people give this type of advice, people automatically get the mindset of like, okay, so I just don't work. And I'm like, I don't know where that comes from. So I want to make it clear. Keep a stable job. All right. I'm not saying don't work. Just got to make it clear. But yes. Yes, yes, yes. That girl sounds smart and is very pretty. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I will fulfill. Oh, no, the watermelon. No, that is crazy. So you got 2 chats to follow. Glad to catch another stream. No, bro. Yes, it is tough. Oh, I just seen you, Caspiller. You were just in my horizontal. What is up, Zero Cool? How are you, my guy? What is up? What is up? To most female looking stud. Hey, thanks, I guess. I am mad at that one. So maybe the question isn't, am I wasting my potential? But maybe the question is, what potential actually matters? Or I would say, what potential actually matters to me? Though that may sound a little bit like bad wording, but I think y'all get what I'm saying. But this is where we're going to end up getting deeper, right? This is where we're going to end up getting deeper. So real quick, what I want to do, and I hate that I keep like popping out of the screen for my vertical every time I move, but it's because I'm trying to do like multiple things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this poll. First, I'm going to do it in my horizontal for the ones that are here. And by the way, for my horizontal, I like to get into a little bit of a study session toward the end. If I am free, sometimes it depends. And that's not the pre-recorded one. Sometimes I try to do like a live recorded one. And then I throw the pre-recorded one in. Oh, I'm like, why is this not working? Okay, I have to end this poll. And then I'm going to put up a new one here as well. So have you ever wanted something mostly because someone else had it? And be honest. I want to give a little bit of a story of myself here. Is I remember when I was a little bit younger, like under 18, and there was a lot of things that I noticed I wanted because I probably seen, or maybe even a little bit younger, like I seen YouTubers. Like I remember I used to watch FouseyTube, and I remember he used to have like that car, then he had that motorcycle, he had that nice apartment, and I remember wanting those things, but I was never really interested in cars. I was never interested in motorcycles. I was never interested in, an apartment. I seen Roman Atwood with the mansion. And I noticed that at a younger age, for some reason, I was more inclined to wanting it because that was what I was seeing on my screen. And I feel like social media brings that out a lot in people compared to anything else. Like sometimes not even in real life. Normally it's social media where you see people living a life that you do kind of sit there and compare, or you wanted what they had. And then eventually, as you get older, some people stay like that, but I feel like as I continued to get older, I realized, I was like, oh, this definitely isn't the way to think. And so what I decided to do was I sat down with myself and I wrote down the things that I actually wanted, right? I was like, what in life do I want? And it came down to three things. One was a forever home. I didn't care if it was a house or an apartment or if it even looked good, as long as it can house the family, which is my second one. And then the third one is a passionate career that can afford the two other ones. And I realized from there, everything else I didn't care about. But it took me a while before really getting to that place because I felt like I wanted things because I seen other people had them. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that story there with y'all. So you a man? No. So what's up? What is up, y'all? So damn, that bro, you said some funny shit. I'm not even gonna read it. So its potential is generally putting your energy into the wrong things. Some of us got harmful addictions that are messing our lives up. Some people put that into goals that they secretly hate. That is true, bro. Said I liked and subscribed. You got a brain. Thank you so much, Lucky. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So do you write? Basically, yes. Yes, I do like to write. Said, unless you're talking about like rapping, no. To be honest, no in a material sense, but I gravitated to smart people or studious people, because I like how they showed up in the world. That is good. I feel like from there that wouldn't necessarily be bad. Like if you're surrounding yourself around people who you probably really, relate or not relate to, but want to be more like, in a sense, especially if you're looking at like good habits that they probably have. I don't think that's bad. But definitely, like when I remember wanting certain physical things, and I was like, wait a second, I don't even give a fuck about it. Like I really don't care. It was crazy. So, and honestly, I've had moments like this too, where I've spent a lot of time wondering, right, if I'm actually doing enough. So there's just a lot of different things, where this currently has happened for me, my fault, where I felt like I wasn't doing enough, my fault. I'm trying to see exactly where I'm at and see chat for the horizontal. Oh, I didn't even notice y'all was oh, there's only one comment here. So does anyone here write any Ruby on Rails? I hope I didn't say nothing crazy. But all right, let's continue. Let's continue. Because here's where I think wasted potential becomes dangerous. You start believing that because you haven't achieved something yet, you're not capable of achieving it. And I think this happens a lot of time, especially when you meet people who think they're too dumb to learn something. Because maybe at some point in their life, they were chasing a specific thing and it didn't work out, that it completely changed their mindset on if they could actually do the thing or do anything, right? They start feeling a lot more, depressed. They start feeling a little bit more upset and think there's really no way out for them in that sense, or something that pays, reasonable, and they feel like they can only do the bare minimum. And once you start believing that, you stop trying, you stop applying, you stop studying, you stop creating, you stop saving, you stop building, you even stop dreaming. You stop putting yourself out there, and then months go by and you become afraid to become true. Or now the thing you have been afraid of has become true. Not because you weren't capable, but because you convinced yourself you weren't. And what's one thing, or well, this is a question for y'all. What is one thing you're capable of, but you keep putting off? I'm not going to put it up as like a Q&A. But what is one thing you're capable of, but that you continue to put off? And that's what I really want to end up figuring out today, because I don't think the answer is just work harder. If that was the answer, then everybody would be successful. I think we actually have to figure out why we feel the way we feel in these moments of feeling like we aren't doing exactly what we want to do. We're wasting our potential, but doing something we want to do, but we feel like we could do. Is it because we're lazy? Is it because we're scared? Is it because we're it could be scared of failure, right? Or is it because we're comparing ourselves to other people, so we start thinking, well, damn, if I'm not going to be where that person is, I don't even want to try? Or are we just trying to chase things that actually don't matter to us? And so I'm telling y'all, when y'all break it down and figure out what actually matters to you and not because of what somebody else is saying, it's going to change your life, because you're just going to start moving different. We're going to spend another 90 days, of course, working toward, or my fault. My fault. I said it's like, bro, can my blanket stay up? This threw me off. Because if we don't figure that out, then we're going to end up spending another 90 days working towards the wrong thing, if that makes sense. If I can, bro, I don't know what happened to my blanket. Give me a second, y'all. I like this blanket on my damn thing. It's acting up. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Say God matters most. Yes, sir. Amen. Hallelujah. I love that. I love that. Let me read a couple of these chats, y'all, and then we're going to get right back into it. What is up, Halloween? What is up, D-Ski? What is up, Zero? What is up, Hero? Said, what you mean, say anything crazy? It's because Ruby on Rails is stereotypically older than the modern languages. Oh, no, I mean, like, because some people try to get me to say things that are, like, bad to say, so I didn't know if that was a bad thing to say. People think Rails is irrelevant because it's old, it's actually stable, though. Yeah, I was going to say, I had no idea. I just wanted to make sure, because I'm like, because I was thinking of something, like, crazy, and I was like, damn, I hope they didn't get me to say nothing wild, and man. But you said, to be honest, no, oh, wait, I already read that, my fault. It's a nice haircut. Thank you so much, Diver. My fault. Diver is crazy. Surrounding yourself with the right people is definitely a move. Facts. Said hi. What is up, lifestyle? What is up? What is up? Watching from South Africa. Yes, sir, Craig. Thank you so much, man. Hey, Mars. What is up, Lawrence? Oh, Runner. That's Wilden. What is up, ODJ? My fault. Hi from Brazil. Hi from the USA. To creating a tech startup. That's fire, my guy. I'm capable of being the best version of myself. I feel like right now I'm comparing myself to others. Hey, Craig. I know this is probably one of the hardest things to stop doing, is to stop comparing yourself to others. And like I said, I'm not gonna lie. I remember I was struggling with this very heavy about like maybe 2 or so years ago, because, or maybe even a couple years before that, because I remember I was like in college and I felt like, damn, if I didn't graduate, I would have nothing to myself. And so I started to compare to the other people around me who I felt like were further. But then in the end, some people graduated and just happened to be falling into the same job I was. Not that my job was bad, but that it was just kind of like, well, so you got your degree, never even used it. And so I started really thinking like, I'm comparing myself to an image that I think they're living, and they're probably not even living that way. And then on top of that, there is no race, and there is no, like, we're all just doing our own thing. We're all just trying to live life. But it does take a long time to really break free from that. I obviously, with what I'm going to tell you today, isn't going to randomly, make you be like, oh, I don't compare. Comparing is really hard. But it's good that you admitted it. A lot of people don't admit it. And admitting it is the first step to actually going to like fix that. What is up, Armando? Said God matters most. Yes, sir. Said, no, bro, Runner, what is going on, my guy? He said the biggest consideration and variable in time, and you're so young, so you should be doing rather than lecturing. Wait, I should be doing. I'm on day 6 of my 90-day lock-in. What you mean? I am doing stuff. So keep praying, even if God doesn't answer your prayers right away. Think of Him because He knows best. No facts. Honestly, I feel like with my prayer life, I swear God, I always hear, like, or not hear him, sorry. Because when you say the word hear, then people start thinking like audibly. But I feel like I always get an answer back. Even sometimes no answer is the answer. And so I feel like I started like, and this has been something that I've been writing down in my journal too. Well, first I'm gonna do it like in my notes, but then move it to my journal, where I've been trying to write down places where I feel like God answered me, or God um did something, so that I could kind of see more of it in my life, like through the book, and be like, oh, like I've noticed, like I forgot this happened that day, like now I remember it because I wrote it down. So I really do be doing stuff like that, because I'm like, or when there's certain moments where I'll be like, oh God, please give this person the strength, and then I'll notice that they're like strengthened or something, or they're like riding. I'm like, oh yes, that's great, like that's a prayer answer. So it's basically me telling myself that I'm trying for no reason, or me just not believing in myself. It could be one or the other. It could, or honestly, it could be both at the same time. It could be both. You said so pretty. Thank you so much, Bobby. Then you said nods based off Ruby. Ruby itself is not great, but add Rails and your shipping stuff. What operating system are you using? I'm currently using. Do you mean like I use Google? Like what do you mean? Or are you talking about like my actual laptop? My fault. Oh wait, why did I just, bro? Not me saying Google. Not me saying Google, bro. I just realized what you meant. I just realized what you meant. I don't even know why Google was something that I Windows, my fault. I can't believe I said Google. I think the problem is that I was thinking of like I don't even know. But anyway, let's continue here. And I think that's where this gets even deeper because I do have another TikTok I do want to show you guys because sometimes you don't even realize you're worried about wasting your potential until you see somebody else doing it. And or they talked about it for years and then they never did anything with it. Or well no, let's say you've seen somebody have a dream and they talked about it for years and they never really did anything with it and you're watching them thinking damn what if this is me. So this is a little bit of a different perspective and I feel like I kind of relate to this perspective as well. But I want this TikTok to kind of say it first before I end up mentioning it, because this TikTok was like it's what opened my eyes to it, and I was like, wow, this is actually something that happened in my life too. So real quick, let me go and see. Hopefully, I can find it because the thing is that it was actually on my phone, but for some reason, I can't log into my damn TikTok. So let me see. What is this person's name? Hopefully, I can find this person's because this was perfect. Like it was literally okay, perfect. Found it. So I'm going to pause it here. We're going to rewind it back and we're going to end up reacting to what she's saying. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's like a minute and 50 seconds long, but we're going to pay attention to it. Real quick, let me read the chat before I go. You said you're too young to be dealing with these existential questions. It's all good, Birdie. I'm 22, about to be 23. I got this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't think I could do it. So where we at? And obviously, of course, a lot of this is also my opinion. So if some of y'all feel a little bit different, y'all can let me know. Shoot, we can debate. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. Whoa. That is crazy. So why you got a high maintenance haircut? I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that means, my guy. All right, real quick. Let me go and see this horizontal live stream real quick. No, yes, I was gonna say it was Windows. I don't know why for some reason I said Google. I think in my head I just didn't expect you to ask me what my operating system was. So when you said like what I was using, I thought you were talking about what do I use when I'm like showing like doing my split screen. So I was like, oh, Google, but I'm forgetting what you're talking about. See a Discord channel for stuff after stream. I do have a Discord, but y'all, I'm just not active in it, so the Discord is kind of dead. So I don't really use it. But this next TikTok actually explains another side, like I said, which is kind of watching other people waste their potential. So let's jump right into it right now. Oh, my fault. It's muted.
I think the reason why I'm so scared of like wasted potential in myself and like not living to my fullest potential and like living a life that like genuinely reflects like what I could have done. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to live a life that where it's like she could have done this, but it actually reflected this. And I think the reason that is because it's like when you've grown up or and like you've seen people waste true potential, it is scary and it is sad. Like I have had family members, I have had friends, I have just like had people I've met along the way where I'm like, you are genuinely good at something. Like they are so talented. Like, you know, we hear about like that type of thing where it's like people in the hood, like there's people in the hood who like ball better than like NBA players now. Like, you know, we've heard about these like different notions of like there's greatness everywhere. It's just a matter of like who gets put on or not. You know what I mean? But it's like when you truly have seen people be great at something, like have something truly.
My fault, y'all. I thought she got into that part quickly. But I did agree with like the first part, but I thought she got into that part quickly. So I was waiting for her to actually say the part that I was waiting for, and it did not come up. So I was a little bit shocked. I was like, what the hell? What is going on? But all right, let's continue. So this is where she should end up now saying it. If this makes any sense. Wait, hold on. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to switch my YouTube account real quick. By the way, thank you all so much for tuning into this live stream. Make sure you all end up double tapping the stream. That would be highly, highly appreciated if you could do so. I'll be very thankful for that. But all right. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Everything is like acting up right now. Okay, let's click play.
To offer and then they don't do anything with it, that is scary. Like that is truly scary to like witness it from an outsider's point of view is like, and so then you like when you twist it to yourself, it's like, oh my gosh, like I gotta get up and do something because I've seen it. Like having the talent is not enough if your mind is not that of a great person. You know what I mean? It's not enough. And we have like I think this like life that is so miserable.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna stop it right there because I stopped. I wasn't listening, but I do remember what she was getting at. So I'm just gonna continue moving forward here. But yeah, so currently what I wanted to say about that topic was how she was talking about seeing other in specifics. I want to kind of narrow in on when she was talking about seeing other people waste their potential and really not wanting it to end up becoming you. Because when you end up seeing other people waste their potential, it kind of feels like a mirror to what your life could look like if you took the incorrect steps or if you just didn't really have that guidance of knowing which way to go. And in my real life, I want to give a real example where I actually knew somebody who could draw their ass off, paint their ass off, sketch their ass off. It was insane. And I'm not saying this person could have been the next Da Vinci, but what I'm saying is he could have realistically made pieces of art, probably sold it, and got a couple $100 a month. At the time that he knew all of this, it wasn't oversaturated. Now it's a little bit oversaturated. But either way, too, he could have ended up making content. There was so many ways where he could have used that skill in a way that could have made him a couple bucks. I'm not saying he could be a millionaire off it. Who knows, right? But he could have used that. I've seen other people in my life, who were good at cooking and aspired to be a chef, but didn't really know, the way to do it, and they wasted that potential. The food is great, but I'm like, this person can cook. And I'm sure there's a couple of people in your life too where you kind of see them and you're like, damn, if they just kind of pursued what it was that they were already so good at and just knew how to navigate it and didn't waste that, they would have been able to just blossom. And then so you start looking at these people and you reflect it onto yourself, and maybe you don't feel like you have a skill yet, but you start thinking about all the things you've been putting off. You start thinking about all the things you said you were going to do, all the goals you probably written down and told yourself that you were going to do. You'll say things like, I'll start tomorrow, I'll do it next week. And eventually, it doesn't end up coming, it doesn't end up happening. It doesn't end up happening, right? And you start even thinking, wait, am I doing the same exact thing? You start noticing, is your life now replicating the way somebody else's looks? And so it's insane. He says Sixers about to be nasty. No facts though. That is facts. I've been paying attention to that shit. That's gonna be crazy. So real quick, I'm gonna end up dropping this in the poll because I want to know if you guys ever had or seen anybody in your life like this, where this has happened, right? And I feel like we all kind of have. Sometimes it doesn't even necessarily have to be a skill, but where you just kind of look at somebody and you're like, wow, like maybe they don't have like an actual. Well, I wouldn't say talking isn't a skill because you could make it a skill. But maybe you know somebody who's a great talker, but then they never get into anything or get into any manager roles, or they have such confidence but they're never standing in front of people doing things that can make big money because they're just, they're wasting it. They're wasting what they could be doing. And it's like, damn. It's not that I thought this was a little Twinkie. What the hell is we talking about? Say, sister, I want to tell you that Jesus loves you. Amen. Hallelujah. What is up, Jack? What is up, Nate? What is up, Lucky? How are you guys? All right, real quick, let me look at the horizontal, and we're going to continue from here. But here's the problem. I think that fear can actually motivate you, but it can also, of course, become very, oof, almost burped, very unhealthy. Because now you're not pursuing something because you genuinely like it. You're pursuing it out of the fear that you're going to become somebody you don't want to become. And that's a completely different motivation. Let's say you see someone who's struggling financially. You might look at them and think, I never want to be broke. And that's not necessarily a bad view, but that fear can motivate you to save, which would be a good thing. But if you spend your entire life terrified of being broke, you may start believing, I need to make six figures. I need the expensive car. I need the expensive house. I need to constantly work. I need to prove I'm successful. And suddenly you're not even chasing financial freedom. You're chasing proof that you're not failing. That's where I think this gets dangerous, right? Because this was also a thought process that happened in my mind as well. I've seen a lot of people around me, either like friends or just or other people around me who are struggling financially. I remember when I was younger, I seen a couple of people struggle financially. And that was a thought process that popped into my head where I was like, oh my goodness, I never want to be in that position ever. And I think saving ended up becoming a fear of mine. And that's why normally when I tell people about saving, it's hard for me to relate to other people because when it kind of happened for me, when I finally started making money, I kind of did get into like a scarcity mindset where I was hardcore saving. Like some people don't even have $1,000 in their bank account. Some people don't even have 10. Some people can't even save $1,000 a month. Some people can't save two or three. And the first ever 3 to 4 months of me working off of $17 an hour, but there was overtime. I was probably 19 years old. I saved up $10,000. It was my first $10,000, but then eventually during that process, I had to like spend it kind of as soon as I hit 10K. And then I saved up another 10K for the next like 6 or so months coming up because overtime kind of cut and then it came back. So I was able to save up another 10K. There was months where I was able to save $2,000 to $3,000 a month. And then there was months where I saved, like 1,000 here and there, depended on the months. Obviously, my bills at that time weren't that expensive, but even when I got my apartment and bills were expensive, I was still able to save up $1,000 that after nine, because I just turned 20, that was when I hit my first 30,000. And then normally I stop there because I don't want nobody knowing how much, like if it grew, if it was gone, right? Whatever. Um, but I was able to save my first 30,000 because after that, for the next couple of months, I was able to save $1,000 a month. Now, when I tell people that, some people may not believe it because they're like, how? Because I'm telling y'all, my bills like monthly were probably in total coming just for me 1,003. Um, was where all my money was going, and at this time too, I was getting paid probably $18 an hour at that point. So some people like don't believe it, but it was like there was just a lot of overtime, and that was just really. And then on top of that, since I was so scared of being broke, I started to save out of fear, and so I was saving so much of everything that I had. And then it could have became to the point of it being dangerous, but I think I caught it really early where I was like, whoa, relax. Like, you don't always have to save that much. You're not like literally you're okay. And that was something I remember having to really work with myself on. And so, because I was like, that shit is crazy. Because some people have a hard time saving saving $1,000 just in general. So I was like, let me relax. Like, I'm okay. Like, I'm ahead of the game, but there's no game there. Like, there's no reason to say that I'm ahead. But like, I was like, just chill, relax. You don't got to say that much. You're just putting everything away. And so that's when I started to, be a little bit more like, let me actually enjoy some of the stuff I had. But it wasn't like I just ran through the motherfucker. But it's like, that was when I was able to breathe a little bit. But I remember getting to that point where I could have got stuck. Let me read some of these comments real quick. And then I'm going to continue with the next topic. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. By the way, y'all are highly goated. All right, let me see some of these comments here. So comparison is the thief of joy. Exactly. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yes, sir. Bro. Therapist. That's wildin'. So 10K as a teenager is astronomical. I know, man. And it was crazy because at the time, like, I felt like I still didn't feel safe. So I kept going. When I hit 20, I still didn't feel safe. I kept going. Oh, because I hit 20K by 6 months in. My fault. I said another 10K. I meant to say I hit 20K by the next 6 months in. And then when I hit 20, that was when I got my first apartment. And then I saved up to 30K. But it was crazy. And I still didn't feel like it was enough at the time. So it took a lot of like deep work to be like, you're good. Like, just relax a little. Relax. Live. So you need to live too. Yes, sir. What's up, travelers? She looked like that one character. Oh, come on, bro. Not the one that really wanted the acorn. Everyone says I look like Sid, but for you to say I look like I don't even know what the hell his character name is. For you to say that, that's crazy. But let's get into how do we know what actually matters, right? Because people will always say find purpose, find passion. Like I kind of mentioned earlier, find what you are meant to do. But how the hell do we figure that out? Right? Because I don't think there's always some magical moment where you wake up and suddenly you just know. Sometimes you have to find out by trying things, right? I feel like for me, when I was younger, I used to always make content. So I feel like content will always be a part of my life, whether it's doing good or not, which I currently have a different mindset on that now, because now that next month is going to be the biggest month I've ever have on content, like getting paid wise, because I got super lucky with this deal. It kind of showed me that you don't even got to be a big content creator to make good money off of content. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to be able to consistently maintain that, but it's just something that happened. So it kind of opened my eyes to being like, well, I don't really care for it to be big anyway. Like at the end of the day, it's still sustainable if you do it in any way that you do it, but just of course don't make it your main focus, because then you're going to give up. That's why I stay so consistent, because I don't care about the income. Literally, I was averaging probably $30. Like once I got monetized, I was probably averaging $30 a month. And just now I hit a breakthrough by getting lucky, by getting selected by an open call. And it's not even like that's going to be continuous. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely was super happy about it. But it was like content will always be a part of it, because this is something I'm passionate about, something I enjoy, whether it does well or not. But when it comes to, you know, me actually finding career wise what I liked, it took a while. You know, I started studying web design and I thought I was interested in it. And granted, it definitely, I am interested in it. I do love it as like a hobby. I love it as something that I can make a couple $100, but I can never see it as a career. It's not something I could do constantly year in, year out, because I just, coding gives me a damn headache. But when it came to IT or being hands on with physical components, that's where I felt a lot more passionate about. And it took me having to study that. I did get lucky with around maybe 6 to 8 months later, I thought of studying for that. But some people, it may take years to figure it out. But sometimes you do got to dibble and dabble into different things. You got to figure out what you hate, what you actually like. You know, there's moments where I thought I wanted this because everybody else wanted it. And then when I got into it, I was like, whoa, this isn't anything that I actually care about. And it's so easy to do that nowadays, to just start doing shit because of other people. What is up, Umar? What is up? What is up? Where are we currently at? So can I help you moderate? Nah, it's all good. Normally, I kind of just let the chat do its thing. Unless, like, I'm probably, like, a bigger YouTuber or something and there's, like, so much hate, like, rolling in. Maybe I wouldn't mind having mods. But as of right now, I don't really need mods. Said cool wall. Thank you. Said what? What is up, Ray? So we need to always keep time at the front of our mind. Time is the real currency. Says shut that limiting belief up, homie. You can totally make this consistent. No, yes. No, that's the thing with, like, I'm saying, like, I don't think, because as of right now, with next month being the biggest month, that happened. I don't like saying luck. I like to say it's God, but that there was an open call and I happened to get selected. Now I'm saying, like, I think it could happen consistently, but I'm not going to say that, like, with a fact, right? Because it's like, it really just came out of nowhere, and it has nothing to do with, like, you know, the view count. Like, it would be different if maybe the views was what got me to it, then I would be like, oh, I can maintain this. But when it's something like you, like, this just deal kind of happened and you guys made the deal and it's like it's only gonna last till next month and stuff like that, I'm like, well, from there, who really knows where things are gonna go? But I would hope it does good. I would hope so. So, but I get the whole not being too attached to the outcome. No, facts, bro. But believing yourself, that is true. That is true, Ray. You're 100% right. A wage is what we trade our time for. Time. I gotta stop moving this damn mic, y'all. If I'm gonna move it, I better move my head too. Time is all we have, and it's all we good. That too, you ain't going far. It's all good, Los. Sound like your hairstyle. Thank you so much. What is up, Dre? What is up? How are you guys? Let me check my horizontal. Okay, I think we're ready to go here. I'm going to keep that poll. Actually, yeah, I'm going to keep the poll up. I was going to change it. But does this matter test? This is the does it matter test, right? Would I still want this if nobody knew I had it? So anything you guys have in mind. And then, of course, I'm going to do it for the stuff that I have in mind that I'm planning on locking in for the next 90 days for, is would I still want the money if I knew nobody knew I had it, right? Would I still want it? Would I still want the body if nobody knew I had it? Would you still want the career if nobody knew you had it? Would you still want the business if nobody knew you had it? And would you still make content if nobody could see it? This is important. And I know it may sound straightforward because a lot of people might sit there and be like, oh, like, I don't care what people know. But there's some people out there who know deep down that they would not care about those clothes if they didn't feel like they had to impress another person. They would not care about that career if they didn't feel like they had to impress family. They would not care about that car if they didn't want to impress girls, right? Like it could be anything. It could be for anybody. They wouldn't care about doing it if it never got validation. Now, like I said, when I was younger, this was true. I did get older and eventually I grew out of that thought process and out of that mindset. So, next would be, do you actually enjoy the process? Not every part, obviously some parts suck, but the entire process, if it's making you miserable, maybe you need to question whether that's actually your goal. Is that something you're actually trying to pursue? Maybe you've mistaken what the actual goal was. Am I pursuing this because you want it, or are you scared of being behind? There's a good amount of people who do pursue things strictly for money and they never really care about that thing. And so when they work it, they're just miserable there. Some people, there's a difference between I want this and there's a difference between I feel like I should have this by now. Some people end up getting a little bit entitled to it, by the way. But next would be, would I regret never trying? These are things that, of course, I would be thinking about and you guys would be thinking about when you're realizing if you are wasting your potential, or if you are, I guess, kind of trying to decide where your potential should be going. Next would be, would you regret ever trying? This is a big one. Because sometimes you don't need to know whether you're going to succeed, right? Because let's say if I never even try this, am I going to regret it? Sometimes that can stop you right there. And you'll think like, okay, then maybe it's not even worth pursuing if it's like you're not even going to really care about it. But if the answer is yes, pursue it. Maybe, right? Of course, there's still a lot more that you got to break it down for. And honestly, that's part of why I started this 90-day lock-in. And hopefully, this is a call to action. Hopefully, some of y'all can jump in on this 90-day lock-in. It can be about any goal. A lot of people normally for a 90-day run normally want to see how much bread they could stack up in the next 90 days. I currently like to use this for any goal that you have. It could be a skill, it could be a hobby, could be a side hustle, could be a business, could be a personal growth thing. Maybe you want to be better with talking, whatever it is. Lock in for the next 90 days. You can lock in multiple things if you can handle it, or just one thing, and see how that improves. Because once you do it for the first time, for your first ever 90 days, that will literally show you and bring you to the steps of getting towards the place of discipline in a lot of areas of your life. I'm not sitting here saying I know exactly what my life is going to look like in the next 90 days, because I genuinely don't. But I know that there's things that I've currently been putting off, and I want to see what it would look like if I'm consistent. There's certain things too that I was good at, like saving money, studying, building, creating. But another thing that I was slacking on was working on confidence and building and getting closer to the Lord, becoming more disciplined in areas that I wasn't disciplined in. Right. So I don't necessarily know where every single one of those things is going to take me, but now I'll regret if I never seriously try. Right. And I don't want to get to that point. I'm 22, about to be 23. 22, about to be 23. So spitting facts, thank you so much, man. So where can I bless you financially? You could send it here. I don't have my Cash App, so if you wanted to, you could send it here. Even mountains need to drill. Oh, they so they're talking about social constructs that are meaningless except for the meaning we give them. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Your potential is limitless. Facts. Set high. Facts resonating with your mindset. Yes, sir, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's crazy. Because that's actually what I feel like content ended up teaching me as well. Oh, there's something in my eye. Hold on, y'all. That's something I feel like content ended up teaching me as well. There were so many times where, or when I thought, maybe this isn't going anywhere. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I'm wasting my time. But if I stopped, next month wouldn't be what it was, right? If I stopped, I would have never built a community of people where I could chat with and talk to. I would have never hit 3K subs. I would have never got monetized. Though to some people, making what it is monthly, without the deal and stuff, some people wouldn't feel like it's worth it. But to me, it's like all those things would have never happened. Little Marzi dreamed of all the things that are happening right now, even though it's not major. You know what I'm saying? To me, it's major. But to others, it may not seem major, but this is always what little Marzi wanted it to be. You can't always see the result from the decision you're making today. And I think that's the scariest part as a human, but also somewhat the funnest. Because then you get to go down the journey and experience things. And at the end of the day, if you could turn it all into a learning experience, even if it doesn't go the way you thought. Sometimes you're making the right decisions and it looks like nothing is happening. Bro, that's literally what happened with me. I'm sitting here growing this channel and I'm thinking this channel, like, I'm like, wow, I'm not really getting anywhere, but I'm still going to stay consistent and boom, get the deal. And then with that brand deal, it opened my eyes to, you don't got to be a big content creator to get brand deals that can pay a good penny. You could do even stuff on TikTok. And once you get those brand deals, that could pay a penny. I'm like, wow, you don't really got to be big to do that. And there's a false reality that you do. So it's shocking, but I was really like, like it's crazy, but it's something that I just learned today. And I would have never learned that if I quit. I would have never learned that if I ended up quitting. So I didn't come on here to think this month's damn good influence on me. No, I know. Sometimes, like, when I'm doing these streams, I'll always remember that some people, like, go, on these vertical streams and they're probably just looking for something that's, like, quick and fun. And I'm like, damn, you come on here. I'm spitting, like, facts. It's damn near like a podcast. I'm like, what is going on? So have you thanked yourself for staying resilient? If not, do so now. That is true, man. That is true. I have been, yeah, that actually is true. Sorry, that was dummy funny. But all right. But don't turn this into never give up. I'm not saying every dream deserves to be chased forever, right? And the reason why I'm bringing this part up is because sometimes people hear one thing and then they take it as, okay, but then what if I'm chasing something that keeps hitting a blank wall and I never get anywhere and I'm just wasting time? I'm like, whoa. Sometimes there are things we do need to quit. Sometimes an idea isn't working. Sometimes you realize you don't actually want something. Sometimes you need to change direction. Don't be afraid because you told somebody, oh, I want to do this. Or, like, let's say you're like, oh, I want to be an actor. But as you're pursuing being an actor, you're like, wait a second, I don't think I could really do those certain things. So you're like, hold on, let me change direction. A lot of people are going to try to make you feel like you're quitting on that, but you're just realizing, no, you're changing a direction. It's not always bad to change a direction or level up in a different direction. It's not, wasting your potential when you are noticing something really actually just isn't for you. Sometimes we have a dream, but when you start really figuring out what the fuck that it looks like, you don't want to do it. Like I said, I always had a dream of being a vet. Obviously, I haven't pursued that dream because something stopped me from wanting to be a vet. I realized vets sometimes have to put animals down, and I don't want to do that. Though I could have looked at it from the perspective of, well, you're letting them rest or go to, like, die peacefully. That wasn't something I felt like I would feel comfortable with doing, so I changed my direction. Now, some people may say, well, if you have a goal, chase it to your hardest, but it's are your hardest, and if you choose a different direction, like, you're wrong for that. And it's like, no, sometimes we just notice in life that there's certain things we actually don't want to do because either something happened or, you know, it's just something we're actually not interested in. I remember, pursuing I forgot what it was. There was a certain degree I was going to pursue before the other one that I decided on previously, but I didn't get it anyway. But I was deciding on. And I remember I wanted to do it. But when I looked at exactly what type of career I was going to have to do, what the day to day was, I was like, oh, never mind. Right? Like, it wasn't what I thought it was. Sometimes you end up seeing an idea and you want that idea. And when that idea isn't what you think, you can change directions. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just you're not interested in what it was anymore. Wasting potential is never allowing yourself to pursue what actually matters to you because you're too scared to start. That's what wasting potential is never allowing yourself to pursue what actually matters to you because you're too afraid to start. Right? Hold on, let me continue here. Let me get back to some of these comments, y'all. Where is we at? Where is we at? You say, yeah, you don't want to be fickle and everything, but there's need to be rigid either. True. That is definitely true, my guy. So maybe, actually, hold on, because I kind of want to see where am I going to take this? Oh, Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna continue because I was gonna end up going live on TikTok, but I'll go live towards the end on TikTok. But I'm gonna stay on here too, so y'all are gonna see what TikTok is gonna see. But I'm gonna wait a little bit. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, I keep burping into my damn mic. I keep forgetting that this mic can catch everything. I have to stop. But all right, let's continue. So maybe wasted potential isn't really about not becoming the richest, smartest, strongest, or most successful version of yourself. Maybe it's about knowing there's something inside of you that you genuinely care about and repeatedly choosing not to do anything about it. And like I said, this could be like I love how where is he at? He was in this chat. I'm not sure if you left. But I like how Lucky was talking about, I think it was Lucky, was it him? Or he was talking about a little bit earlier how this can relate to Eve, or it was Winnie or Lucky, I don't remember, but how this could end up relating to not only, physical goals or goals you're trying to achieve, but it can also be spiritually, right? There's certain things spiritually that people feel like they could be doing, or morally. um doesn't even have to be an actual physical thing where you're like, damn, I feel like I could be doing this, but I'm just not working towards it. Or I think I could be doing better at this, but you're not really doing that. And so, it's crazy, but it is something that we do tend to run into. Even sometimes when you aren't wasting your potential in different areas of your life, you could still feel like you're wasting potential in other areas. So it gets even more deeper. I think it's probably the best way to kind of explain it, but I'm not sure. But you repeatedly choose not to do anything about it. But once you figure out what actually matters to you, then what? Because knowing what you want isn't enough, but you still have to actually go for it. And that's where I want to take this next, of course, right? So how do we end up actually stopping wasting our potential and start taking action without beating ourselves up in the process? Now, this is obviously going to be tough because it's going to be, of course, easier said than done. And like I said, there's areas of my life where I feel like I don't think I'm wasting potential. I think a lot of the time, like when it comes to physically or like studying, I don't know if you can count, is that physical or not? Is it mental? When it comes to studying or pursuing like different careers or pursuing different options, I feel like I always strive to it the hardest I can. But when it comes to anything other than that, maybe a little bit more like personality wise, or not personality wise, but I guess maybe not personality wise, but the way I want to interact with others. I feel like sometimes that's where I could be like, damn, I know I could do this a little bit more, but I'm being a little bit too shy. You know what I'm saying? But that's something I'm working on in this 90-day journey. So I can kind of tell y'all how I'm doing it, but in the end, it's going to be easier. It's going to be harder said than done. I mean, easier said than done. So I've seen people in certain positions where I wouldn't want to be in, but I've never seen their whole life. That is true, Edgar. That is actually 100% true. We never really do get to see their entire life. We never really do. So y'all better smash that like button. Yes, sir. Make sure y'all end up hitting that like button, by the way. Thank you so much, Ray. I completely forgot about that one. What is up, certified? How are you, my guy? I am a girl. Said I've been thinking about the factory reset. Every day I'm locked in. What are we talking about? Oh, is that a song? So to stop bearing ourselves up in the process is a huge point. No, facts, bro. Facts, facts, facts. It's crazy. So let's continue getting into this. So how do you actually stop wasting your potential? Knowing what you want sometimes isn't good enough, right? We can know what we want and still spend years doing nothing. So how do you actually go from knowing you're capable of more to doing something about it? So, number one would be to stop trying to fixate your entire life at once. I remember when I was younger, this was something I was doing, and I remember my dad telling me, he was like, you can't do everything at once. And it always resulted in me like, it will be like one day I'll get inspired and I'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna make a list. I'm so motivated. I'm gonna try to gain weight. I'm gonna try to do this workout. I want to be more, because at the time I had a channel too, but it was a different channel. I want to be more consistent there. I want to get better grades. I'm like, I want to write a book, and then I want to write a TV show. Like I remember being all like just wanting to do all the things. I wanted to read books, have a new schedule, have a new mindset, new everything. And then I would think like 3 days in, because I'm like consistent with it. I would be like, this is it. I'm changing my life. Then real life happens, right? Maybe you get an errand or certain things are going on. You get tired. You have to work, or something unexpected. Well, I wasn't working at the time. I had to go to school, but something unexpected happens. So you miss one thing and then suddenly you give up on everything else. So the whole entire plan starts to fall apart. And I remember those days, and I remember my dad telling me, and I was probably like 13, 14. And he was like, you can't do everything at once, because if you keep trying to do everything at once, you're never going to get anything done. And I didn't listen to him, obviously, because I was 14. So I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'm going to keep doing this. And so it was like every year I would get that spark of motivation and I would stop by 1 week. I never stayed consistent. And it was crazy because when I finally moved out on my own, that was when I made my YouTube channel, and I told myself for the next 6 to 7 months, like when I started it, after the first 3 months, when I decided to get into web design, I told myself I'm only focusing on web design. And that was the one thing I stayed consistent with, and I actually grew into something like decent, and what basically I want it to be. There's still a little bit more potential there, but I've actually started doing that. And that was the first time ever. So I started noticing, no, I need to focus on one thing at a time, at least if it's going to be like a big project like that, because it's tough. Not there's a rat's nest. That's crazy. Said, spreading yourself too thin. Exactly, bro. He said, what if I told you you could do it all? I feel like I could, but I feel like I got to do it in increments. I got to do it in increments or different chapters. That's currently how I'm trying to do it now, where I'm like, okay, this chapter of my life, the next 6 months is going to be this. This chapter of my life for the next 3 months is going to be this. And I think so far it's been working pretty well. But I think in the end, because I do choose to do like 3 months here, 6 months here, I'm getting there for each one. But it's a little bit like slow. But I think either way it would be so. So you're so cute. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Spelling's not your strong point. It's all good. You gave me the fire that was missing in me. It's all good, Brody. Let's lock in. Yes, sir. Certified. I love that. I love to hear that. Certified. So usually I'm a hater. Um, but I can't hate in here, man. Like this is too real to be hating on. I love you. Thank you so much, certified. It's all good, man. It is all good. So spreading yourself. Oh yeah, I already read that. My fault. So haha, certified hater. I get where he's coming from. It's crazy. So if you want spiritual peace in life and heaven and okay. Said hating is my full time job twin. That's crazy. That is crazy. No, yeah, certified hater. Yes, sir. I'm not trans. So I know, but that makes people feel bad about themselves. That is true. And that's actually what I was gonna end up getting into, which is really funny that you said that. Cause that's perfect. Cause I literally as soon as I was kind of getting into the topic beforehand, I already knew people were gonna feel that way. So that's why later in this topic I'm gonna bring it up. Shout out Katie Draws Characters for sending the star. Shout out Katie Draws Characters. That's super fire. Thank you so much, Katie. So think how big compliment certified just gave you. No, seriously, that is a huge compliment. That is crazy. That's the whole point, twin. Yes, sir. So you want to make people insecure where you must be pretty insecure. Wait, you talking about me or somebody else? Wait, because at first I thought you were talking about me, but then I'm real. Oh, I think you're talking to the hater. Oh, my fault. I'm sitting here answering this shit. I think you're talking to certified hater. Sorry, certified. So twin and getting personal is let's spread love and positivity. Facts, facts, facts. That is true. But number two, pick the thing that actually matters. What is the one thing that if I actually improved, it would make the biggest difference in my life? It could be money. Hey, shout out. Wait, did Katie send it again? Oh shoot, Katie. I'm not sure if you sent it twice, but shout out you anyway. Shout out Katie Draws Characters with another star. I'm not sure if that's the case. So can you inform me on what exactly? On what exactly? But so maybe it could be money, it could be health, could be school, could be getting out of debt. That's why I keep listing this stuff, by the way, y'all. Because if anybody's just joining in, hopefully they could get ideas of if they want to lock in for the next 90 months. I mean, 90 days would be 90 months is crazy. But where are we currently at? Maybe it's your confidence, maybe it's starting the business, maybe you could do multiple goals. I'm doing that myself, right? But there should be something that you're really serious about moving forward in, and that could really help as well. Number three, I don't want to say make your goals smaller because I feel like this is what we were discussing yesterday, where I'm like, if your goal is $1 million, that's not a bad goal. But at the same time, expectations, let's say, for instance, you're like, I want to make $1 million in the next 90 days. I'm not saying it's impossible. But if you expect that and then you only get around 2,000, you're going to feel really discouraged. So I like to say, especially if you're giving yourself a certain time frame, I would say keep not necessarily the goal small. I forgot what the word was that we used yesterday. Because I don't want to say keep the goal small because I feel like I don't like that. If you have a major goal, you have that goal. But break it up into like increments where now you have smaller goals chasing that bigger goal. So for instance, let's say you want to get in shape. That is goal. That is your main goal. But what are you going to do today? You can have a smaller goal for the day, such as walk for 20 minutes, cook one meal, drink more water, go to the gym, right? Or it could just be any of those. That would be considered an action. Let's say your goal is that you wanted to save $10,000. Well, what are you doing today? Did you go to work? Maybe you have a little bit of a side hustle. Did you participate in that? Those smaller goals or those increments should then be like applauded for just as much as you would applaud yourself if you hit the bigger goal, right? Because it's just, for one, it's kind of like constant, I don't like to say motivation, but it really starts to make you enjoy the journey rather than feeling like the journey is like a headache. Because you're like, okay, for today, this is all I have to do. And so when you break it down that small, it makes it a lot more easier to stay consistent for not just 90 days, but for the rest of your life when you break it down really small. And that was something I had to mentally do as well. Cause I used to always look at the bigger picture and it would stress me out. I'd be like, I'm so far from where I want to be. But when I'm like, today, I just have to go live. Today. I don't need to be the biggest streamer by today. I just need to go live today. I don't need to, have millions of views. I just need to upload a video today. And so when I started doing stuff like that, that was when other goals can of course be reached the more that you could stay consistent doing those things. If I'm studying today, or if I'm studying and I want to pass a certification, that's the goal. All I got to do is study for the day for 30 minutes. Do maybe 20 practice questions for that day. You start breaking it down like that, and eventually um that makes you get to a point of action. And that's where I think a lot of people actually get stuck, because they stare at the mountain instead of asking, what is the next step today to do that exact thing? We could work towards almost everything in one day, but you just have to break it down really tiny in that sense, but that you could still keep your main goal. Don't minimize it. Let me read some of these comments. Says, too deep, bro. You need. Oh wait. Oh, you're talking to the other person. What is up, Katie? What is up? What's up? So the sound. Wait, damn. Are y'all? Damn, y'all going back and forth still. Oops. So tangible goals, exactly. Manageable goals. Yes, yes. I love what you guys are saying. So have you ever seen me? Oh, you're talking to that other person again. Smart goals, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. Yes, I love that. I do love that. I need to head to bed. I'm in Scotland and have a game tomorrow. It's all good, Lucky. I'll see you later, my guy. I will see you later. Matter of fact, I always showed this streamer love. Good night, Lucky. No, yes, certified has shown me love. And if you didn't certified, I don't remember anyway. I don't remember, because normally when people start hating on this channel, it's like I literally don't even see it. Like, I don't know, it's so weird because I'll just kind of like avoid it anyway. So I'll be really funny if you were doing that and I just don't remember. I'm like, yeah. But number 4, stop using your goal as a reason to hate yourself. So this is exactly what I was getting into. And I thought that person was talking about me, but that person was talking about certified. So I'm sitting here like, oh yes, bro, you just took me to that. You were talking to certified. Wow. But it's okay. It's okay. Stop using the goal as a reason to hate yourself. You can't motivate yourself into becoming somebody you hate. Because if every time you fail and you say things like, I'm stupid, I'm lazy, I'm behind, I'm wasting life, I hate life, I'll never get anywhere, eventually you're not motivating yourself. You're actually destroying yourself. You're destroying your confidence. And that takes a long time to build. Destroying your confidence is probably one of the worst things you could do to yourself, because you could destroy your confidence in like a couple of days or a couple of weeks, maybe months of negative talk. But building that shit back may take years, because that's it's hard. Even with this 90-day lock-in though, I literally started feeling like I was failing because I wasn't studying as consistently as I wanted to in the beginning. But I had to take a deep breath. At the end of the day, I'm on day 6, not day 90. Why am I judging the entire challenge already when I'm managing everything else but the one studying? And on top of that, I'm not the one for excuses, but there was a lot of things going on. There was a lot of things going on, but but whatever. At the end of the day, I feel like I had to give myself some grace, right? There was a lot of errands that need to happen. There's a lot of big things coming up in my real life that I need to plan for. There was a couple people in the hospital. And so it's a little bit like I really didn't have time to fit in my studying. I had to sleep early, right? So things got very, very difficult throughout that time. But now on day 5, I ended up being able to, do those things. Hold on, y'all. I gotta answer. I gotta call. Can't even speak. I gotta answer this phone call. Hello? I'm still on screen. Yeah, I'm almost done though. Alright, bye. I couldn't hear anything. Probably gonna get food later though, because I'm starving. Alright, but And that's something I want everybody or anybody doing this with me to remember. You're allowed to have bad days, y'all. You're allowed to follow behind. You're allowed to change plans. You're allowed to realize something isn't working, but you have to come back. Use your 90 days as an experiment. That's what I want these 90 days to be, right? I'm not pretending to be perfect. I want to actually experiment with myself. I want to tell you guys when I fail, when I'm doing great, when I'm not, right? Oh, I guess that's the same thing. But what happens if I save more money for 90 days? What does that look like? What happens if I study consistently? What if I cook more? What if I work on confidence and stay disciplined and create consistently? What happens if I give myself 90 days to seriously try out everything? And so far, I've achieved two major things within this 90-day journey, and we're only on day 6. I'm going to be next month getting paid the most I've ever got paid off of content. That's one. And then today, I actually finished building my web design business. That's 2. Those are 2 things that were kind of goals for my, 90-day lock-in that have already been achieved by day 6, which I'm honestly fucking shocked, y'all. I'm still shocked by everything. Everything is shocking. It is crazy. Said if they do hate, it's cool because they're giving you views and watch time. No, that is facts. What is up, MCR? How are you, my guy? So don't judge Certified just because he has a killer name. It's not his fault. He's Stone Cold Boss. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Said facts. True. So I love the haircut. Thank you so much, Praiser. Said hi. What is up, Vanessa? What is up? What is up? Said oh, you said mute your mic so we not in. Oh. Oh, were you guys able to see or you guys were able to hear what was said? I forgot the mic that was to my lip. So what is I'm 22, about to be 23. So okay, that was a short call. We celebrate. I mean, you better celebrate those milestones. No big facts, bro. I'm 22, about to be. Wait, did I say 22, about to be 26? I don't even know what the hell I said. 22, about to be 23. That would be crazy as hell if that's what I just said. But no, yeah, I'm not that young. I'm not that young. I mean, I'm young, but I'm not that young. That's crazy. So let's get involved, chat. This is actually why I want you guys to do this with me, right? You don't have to copy my goals. Y'all can come up with anything. Pick one. Give yourself 90 days. Look how far you come. Because I'm telling y'all, if y'all even do it for one goal, I think it could really inspire you guys to do it for so many other things in your life. Because so many people, like, there is this saying that people say you overestimate what you could do in 1 year, but you underestimate what you can do in 5. But I think truly people underestimate how far they can go if they locked in on something for 90 freaking days. So when's your B-day? September. It's actually coming up. I'm about to be 23 in next month. Or not even, in like less than a month, probably 2 weeks or a week. No, I think 2 weeks now. So that's crazy. Birthday's coming up. But what was I saying? Damn. What was I saying? I hate when my memory does this, y'all. My memory is not up to par, gang. It is not up to par. Memory is so bad. But y'all don't have to ultimately end up choosing the same goals. If you lock in for at least one goal, I sometimes think people underestimate how much they could do in just 90 days or how much they can improve. I'm not saying you're going to be top of every fucking thing you want to do, but if let's say you focused on being a little bit more confident or being a little bit more talkative, getting better with speaking. I know that's probably one of the hardest things for people to do if you're not good at it. But let's say you did that for 90 days straight, where every day you practice speaking to others. You are going to improve. You're not going to be the best speaker, but you're going to be completely different from day 1 to day 90. There's going to be a difference. May not be the best, but there will be a difference. If you focus on 90 days building a business, you're going to be further than day 1 no matter what if you're doing it daily. That was something I had to remind myself when I was studying a bunch of different things. I'm like, regardless if it's difficult now, if I study this for the next 3, I think for like the next 7 months, I'm like, I'm going to be further than day 1. And I know it sounds so simple, but you have to do it for at least one goal, y'all. And I'm telling you, it will open your eyes to almost everything you're trying to get into. Want to get in shape, you guys can lock in. If you want to learn a skill, you guys can lock in. Normally, I would say start with a skill just because a lot of the other ones are more, I would say, difficult to kind of start with. Like if you want to learn a skill or, study consistently or maybe even read like just consistently, start with doing that for the next 90 days and see how much like books you probably read in the next 90 days. Or if you want to save money, see how much money you save. You're going to see that from day 0 or from day 1, you're going to have more on day 90 of whatever it is. You're going to have read more books, you're going to have saved more money, you're going to have gotten into better shape if that's what you want to start with. You're going to have learned the skill, or at least get to the beginning part of, or not the beginning part, but you know what I mean, like be a little bit average on a skill. You know what I'm saying? Of course, it takes a little bit longer to master some of these things, but you can do it. Y'all can do it. Said hi. What is up, Dallas? What is up? What is up? So you look like feel like some Stray Kids. I never watched it. A Virgo, good sign. Yes, sir. I am a Virgo. Absolutely. Practice makes perfect. Yes, bro. Once you improve your memory, stop affirming that it's bad. Say that you have an excellent memory. When you slip up, it will improve it tremendously. I'm going to have to start doing that, y'all, because I don't know what's been happening. I lost my glasses. Kid me not. I lost my glasses. Went to work twice without them. I looked everywhere for them. They were in my jacket. That's my memory for you. But you're right. I shouldn't say I have bad memory. I really shouldn't. Like, that's not even like a joke. I do gotta stop. I do gotta stop saying that because I don't got time for it, man. Like, I honestly think like it's gonna be over for me when I get older, bro. I'm not gonna be able to know nothing. But I really do gotta get better though. And stop putting that out in the air too. Sometimes I do say that a little bit too much. Where I'm like, I'm gonna get older and just start forgetting shit. I'm like, I gotta stop for real. Before that starts happening. No, but seriously, man, my glasses were in my jacket. I was depressed. I almost bought new ones. You know, like if you're someone who wears glasses, I can't be the only one who, with wearing my glasses, or when I don't have my glasses, I become so sad. It's not even funny. I literally become so sad. All right, let's continue this up. Oh, I wonder what that sounds like. I tap the mic. I want to see. But don't make your 90 days about motivation. There's one thing I really don't want you guys to do. Right? It's not about motivation because you're going to have days where you don't feel like doing it. It's going to pop up probably by like in 2 weeks, maybe 3. It's going to pop up. You're going to have days where you're tired, days where you question if it's worth it, days where someone else is doing something better. Stay consistent, right? The point isn't to feel motivated for 90 days. The point is to keep showing up. So literally make your entire thing for the next 90 days is to keep doing it daily or whatever your schedule is. Keep doing it when you say you're going to do it and focus on consistency. This is the same thing when I mention content to people. I'm like, focus on just uploading, focus on just going live. I'm not the biggest content creator, but do it. You know what I'm saying? I ended up hopping out with the biggest month I'm gonna have next month. Stay consistent. Consistent is key. Always focus on consistency, but know when to change direction. Well, I kind of already got into that, so I'm not gonna repeat that shit. I feel like I keep repeating the same shit. My fault, y'all. My fault. But I do actually want to get into something a little bit different. But let me go see. Let me go and see. Damn, this was a little bit too long. I was wondering why this wasn't ending. I want to get into something a little bit different. And so here I'm actually going to go live on TikTok as I do this. So let me do that. Damn, I love my camera. I love it. It's not like the best. Well, actually, I'm not even going to hold you. I think it's a pretty good camera. So let me go live on my TikTok. Poor TikTok, they missed me. But I got this. What if I don't know how to log into this TikTok and I start sitting here building all this shit? I feel like starting a new TikTok. Should I? Should I start a new TikTok, y'all? Because the problem is that like I tried to log into my TikTok on this account with my Gmail and it logged me into another TikTok. So I'm like, so how do I get into this one? I even put my number, it didn't work. So I'm like, whoa, I don't think I'm ever gonna get back into this TikTok account. So a part of me is thinking maybe I should end up starting a new one just in case. Because what if my phone kicks me out? I basically can't log back in. But then again, though, I don't think I can end up going live, though, if I can't log back in. Because for some reason, they're letting me go live on this account. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to see if I can end up fixing it. Probably put like a new Gmail or something. Sorry, I'm kind of looking at the financial part of this. That's crazy. All right, my fault, my fault, my fault. Okay, let me go live. I'm like, what am I doing? Because I want to get into this topic here with TikTok too, but I gotta name this something else. I gotta name it something else. What I'm gonna call this is, oh, excuse me. Oh my goodness, I hate that I keep doing that. I feel so like dirty, but I just be forgetting that the mic is right there. So to start school again, because y'all, we're gonna be getting into a school topic. We're gonna be getting into this other topic real quick. Let me just take a photo for my thumbnail. Oh my goodness, bro. Let me take a photo for my thumbnail real quick. Let me see. Sorry, I gotta be worried. I gotta be worried. Gotta let them know. Real quick, let me text real quick. And then I'm gonna start this live. I don't really care for how long this live is going to be, but I'm just gonna go live until I'm done with talking about this topic here. But all right, all right, all right, all right. Let me read some of these comments before we end up getting into it. So how many followers you have on there? I don't have too much on TikTok. It's probably like 100. I was never consistent with TikTok. TikTok was so hard for me, but now is my first time within this 90-day journey that I'm going to be consistent with TikTok. I just need to figure out a way to where I don't end up getting kicked out because I don't have time to be growing a TikTok account and then boom, to start a new one. No, yeah, that's true. But the thing is with starting a new one on TikTok is, are you allowed to immediately start streaming? Because if not, or going live and stuff, because then if not, I feel like it's probably not worth it. But who knows? I'm gonna have to figure it out. But the TikTok was kind of designed for the type of content I'm doing now anyway. But all right, let's get into this though. I want to talk about something that is currently going to be happening in my life. I start school soon. And honestly, there are like 5 things about this that is like terrifying me. So we're gonna be going like down a whole another path here. The last one is probably the one that I feel like scares me the most. But of course we can get into that. But you guys don't really understand, or maybe some of you guys may, but I feel like there's not many people who understand how weird it feels to kind of walk back into a classroom when you've been out of school for almost 4 years. Like sometimes I'm just kind of thinking like, damn, what the hell am I doing? And I get it, right? Because it's a school, right? It's a trade. At the end of the day, there's going to be people there who maybe are feeling the same way, right? So if you've been watching this 90-day lock-in, you already know that one of the things I'm going to be getting into, or one of the things I want to do well with, is school. And eventually I want to get certified in something I've been working towards. Hopefully it could become a side hustle. And I'm keeping exactly what I'm studying private for right now, of course, but eventually we're going to reveal what everything is when we get to that point, correct? But I do want to talk about the part that I think a lot of people can relate to, is being scared to start something that you genuinely want. It's it's always funny when you get to this point because you think the more you start something that you want to do, the more that you feel that fear that eventually you'll start being more confident feeling that way. But even so, I feel like I still am fearful about it every single time. Every time I start something, I'm just like, but granted, I am excited and I'm, of course, grateful for the opportunity. I want to learn. I want to be able to turn this into a side hustle, but I'm also nervous as hell. But fear number one I wanted to basically get back into is just being back in school. I haven't been in a classroom setting for 4 years. And this could even branch out into a bunch of different things, but this is the easiest one. Since I haven't been in a real school setting, in that time, that's a long time. So when you're in school constantly, of course you get used to it. Like it would be different if I was in school and then I went to a trade school. I think I wouldn't have minded, or went to college. I wouldn't have minded because I would already be so used to doing it. I would have been like consistent with knowing how to learn. But now that I've been out of school for a certain amount of time, I'm like, am I ready to actually, sit down, study, have these assignments, and probably and do so much of studying and maybe even homework, different things like that, and then getting hands-on because a trade is a little bit different. But I'm wondering, can I get that mindset back that I once had back when I was in school, back when I was in high school, or even in college? Am I going to be rusty? Am I going to actually struggle with everything that I'm learning? And this brings me to fear number two, is what if I can't even learn it? I know I've been studying for like IT support and web design outside of this, but that was different because I was able to move at my own pace. But now that I'm studying for something that is in more of a classroom setting, I do tend to get the thought process of what if I'm just not smart enough to learn it within the amount of time we have to learn it? And that's where I'm a bit more in fear because I've gotten so used to self studying because I'm like, oh, I could just move at my own pace. But when you're in a classroom setting, no, you need to be done by that time. Granted, you could wait a little bit longer to take the certification and stuff like that. But especially when you're going to be around people who are probably passing, or know people who are passing, and it's like, ugh, I'm gonna be fearful. It's gonna be a little bit scary. What if everybody else gets accepted, in but me because I just didn't end up passing or going through the class or different things like that. Because the exam is a big ass exam, y'all. It's not something that I could avoid. There's like almost over 100 questions, so that definitely is a major fear of mine. What is up, y'all? What is up? But fear number three, I'm gonna get to the comments in a second. I just want to finish this up. Fear number three is what if everyone knows more than me? Now, I know this is going to sound stupid because, of course, it's a school, it's a trade. We are going in here to learn this particular thing. But I kind of remember back when I was enrolled for my computer science degree, there was about like half of the class that knew almost everything we were being taught already. The other half didn't. And so and I was a part of the half who didn't. I had some knowledge, but not that much compared to everybody else. And so it made me feel really discouraged to raise my hand and ask questions. And I know now that I'm a little bit older, I'm like, F it, just ask questions. Who cares? But at the time, I was a little bit like, damn, I don't feel comfortable. And like, even talking with the teacher or the professor, I still didn't feel comfortable because I'm like, everybody already knows this. No one's really coming up to him asking for help, at least from what I could see. And so I started to just feel a little bit awkward, and I think I fumbled. Well, I did good in that class, even so, but it was still like, damn, I'm looking around. I'm like, everybody knows what's going on. And so I'm hoping that there's not that much people who know what's going on. Like, hopefully we all kind of started from the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Because like I know a little bit in what this trade is, but I don't know all of it. Number four, and my fault, y'all. I'm just trying to get all this out because I do have to end stream soon. So I just want to get, I want to end, I want to get all this out before I end up reading chat and stuff like that. But number four is being older than other people. Now, I know this one also might sound crazy, is what if I'm older than people in the room? Though I'm not old, I'm 22, about to be 23. But for this specific trade, I think a lot of people kind of come out of high school and start this. So I'm a little bit like, I know I'm not that much older, but they better not make us mention our ages now. Because to other people, they might think nothing too crazy because they say, if they're like 18, maybe 19, I'll be 22 or I'll be 23 by the time basically. It's like, it's not that much of a difference. But I don't want to be the oldest. I don't know why, but that's just something that like bothers me. But I'm like, I don't want to be the oldest motherfucker in this room. Like, please, like one person. So we could like, even if they 50, like we could relate a little bit. Like, come on. But sometimes you look around, you see people who are younger than you, and then imagine too, if they kind of know the material, it's gonna make me even feel even worse about myself of like, damn, I've had all this time, I'm free and shit, or not free, I be working, but you know what I mean? Like, I had all this time to figure it out, and these guys just popped up. But I do want to get into fear number five, and this one kind of comes with the actual job of everything. Fear number five is imposter syndrome. And I think a lot of people run into this is that even if I pass, can I actually perform the side hustle? Will I be confident enough to perform the side hustle on my own? Especially because I know I'm already like, sometimes I do be a little bit anxious, and this side hustle requires speaking and stuff like that, and really being knowledgeable about everything, speaking with either coworkers or even the employee. What if I still don't feel like I belong? What if I walk into the real world and think, wait, I'm actually supposed to be knowing what I'm doing, or like, oh, I'm actually this person now. I almost said what it was. But I'm actually this person now. People are looking at me as though I'm the professional. He said, I love this scratch. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He said, I don't know. I don't know. Wait, what you mean you love the scratch? What scratch? Wait, I'm confused. I said, thank you. I don't even know what that is. I do not know what that is. But no, yeah, man. And so it's like, now I'm qualified. Now I'm certified. Can I actually be that person and do that actual thing? And I still feel like somebody is going to figure out, or I get that feeling that somebody's going to figure out that I don't know what I'm doing or something. But nobody knows everything when they start, right? You're supposed to learn, you're supposed to ask questions, make mistakes, need help. That's literally what starting something actually means. But these are just some of the thoughts that I get, right? And I think the mistake I'm trying not to make, and I think or I feel like this could be the biggest mistake I could make, but I really don't want to. At the end of the day, I'm going to literally go there to learn. So why would I expect myself to walk in knowing everything? That's completely backwards. The whole point of being a beginner is being confused and needing to learn and take notes, have questions, get things wrong. You're going to have moments where you think, I don't get this, and that's okay. And that's actually another reason why I wanted to do this 90-day lock-in. For one, I want to kind of document myself getting prepared for these classes, but also trying to prepare myself outside of these classes to be able to do these things, right? I'm not going to into this knowing exactly how everything is going to turn out. That's impossible, right? But I'm nervous. I'm questioning myself. I'm comparing myself. And I'm wondering if I'm capable, but I'm still going to be going. And that's the bottom line. All these fears isn't going to stop me. I'm still going. I just want to let y'all know how I'm feeling. And my fault, y'all. If you're in my vertical stream, I'm going to read the chat. I just really want to get this part out because I need to clip this for my YouTube videos. I don't want to keep talking to the chat. And maybe you're in the same position, right? Maybe you're thinking about going back to school. Maybe you're changing careers, starting a business, or learning a new skill, creating content. It could be anything. You're probably feeling this exact feeling. Maybe you feel scared because you feel like you're not good enough. But you don't need to know if you're good enough before you start. And that's something, of course, I kind of need to understand too. You need to start so that, of course, you can end up finding out. And I think the bigger lesson this ends up coming down to is think about it. If I never start, I never know if I could have done it. If I don't go to school, how would I know if I could have passed? If I don't study, how would I know that I couldn't have gotten good? If I didn't put myself in these uncomfortable positions, how would I know if I could become confident in these positions? And that's the exact thing we've been talking about a little bit earlier, which was about wasted potential. Sometimes the only way to find out what you're capable of is to actually put yourself in a position where you could fail, right? At the end of the day. So yeah, I'm scared and I don't understand everything. I'm petrified, but I do have faith that I'm going to do well. A lot of this could be due to overthinking. I'm sure some of you guys are probably commenting that right now, even though I'm not really responding as of yet. I don't know if I'm going to be the youngest. A lot of this is coming off of assumptions, right? I don't know if I'm going to be the youngest or the oldest, or I don't know if I'm going to pass the first time. But at the end of the day, I'm trying and it's okay. I can continue pursuing, just keep doing my thing. I don't know what exactly is going to happen when I step into this next chapter, but I do know one thing is that I'm going to step into this next chapter with all of me. I'm not going to hold back. I'm not going to let fear make the decision. God didn't give us a spirit of fear now. So basically, I'd rather find out that I wasn't ready than spend the rest of my life wondering if I could have been. So that's another thing I'm locking in for these next 90 days, not just becoming better, but becoming brave enough to actually try. So I'll let you guys know how day one of school starts whenever it ends up starting, y'all. But I just really wanted to get into that topic. Now let me read some of these comments. My fault, y'all. There's probably a lot of y'all. There was probably a lot of y'all, but I had to do this. This was gonna be for my YouTube video, so I couldn't read the chat. So where we at? So want to improve. Oh, I already read that. Okay. Your subconscious is constantly listening. That is true, bro. That is true. Not sing a song for an edit. How many followers? Oh, I think I already read that too. Should I doubt it? Oh, okay. So yeah, so maybe I might have to keep the same TikTok. Say, yo, what is up to K? You probably left. You'll be scared, but I will find your way. Hey, fear of success, yes, sir. So you will be great. Don't doubt yourself. Big facts. Your goal should scare you a bit. That means you're setting yourself up for growth. Ooh, I love that, Ray. That's actually a really good one. My fault for not responding to you though, because I really wanted to get that out. By the way, I'm live on YouTube Shorts, by the way. I'm noticing some people are here on TikTok and they're probably like, what the hell is this girl reading? What about the part where you don't do school at all? Wait, where? Did I say that? Oopsies. What's up, bro? What is up? Not why do the eyes hate each other? That was actually a really good one, Lee. I love that one. Just study and do the work. If you fail, then try again. Big facts. That is true, Tyrone. You're the only one to prove anything. What trade? I currently don't want to reveal what the trade is just yet. I want to keep that curiosity there. Keep that curiosity brewing. So that you say, who cares what other people think? That is true. Overthinking, yes, sir. How's web creation coming? I ended up finishing the web design agency, but it's gonna take a while before I could deploy it because I'm very busy. I'm very, 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 very busy. Not the Wiggles. What the hell is that? What is up, Jacob? What is up? What is up? I said, are you grifting? No. I'm crying. I love when people end up mentioning like how much viewers are in there because what y'all don't get is that in total, there's a lot more viewers. But it's all good. Y'all just ain't content creators. What is up, Ray? I don't know what the Wiggles are. Where's your favorite hockey team? I don't have one. What is up, Maggie? But alright, y'all, I am nearing the end of this stream. I really did end up enjoying chatting with y'all. But TikTok, I'm going to take y'all along with me. So if you're interested, we're going to end up going. Oh, damn. I didn't even know we had this much views in total for the for the vertical. Shoot. Shout out vertical live stream. Damn, you two, y'all ate it up, y'all. But I'm about to go and get some, like, go do some food, bro. So do you drive a Subaru? Nah. But alright, y'all. I'm going to be ending this live here. I think for my horizontal, I do want to end up trying something where, like I previously did, normally I put up a 12-hour study stream. So I'm going to actually end up doing that again for my horizontal live stream. Hopefully I don't mess it up this time because I was supposed to do it last time and I screwed it up. So I'm going to go see. But I think the only pre-recorded clip that I have is me building websites. But I just finished building the web design business. So I feel kind of wrong putting that up. Because even though I be telling people that this, for the horizontal live streams, that it's pre-recorded and that it's literally just a loop. Some people, I don't even fucking know. Some people they probably just don't hear me whenever it happens. Just sing Alexander. I don't even know that song. I don't even know. Oh, shoot. You know what? The fact that like TikTok shows everybody who's joining, I wonder if that could be turned off because I don't be noticing that y'all is commenting low key. I don't be noticing. Hey, thank you so much for the person who was sending those likes though, by the way. That was super fire of you. Hold on. I'm trying to get this all set up, y'all, for my verticals if y'all still in here. So do you watch TADC? No, I do not. So do you get teased? What the hell does that mean? Let me go and see real quick. Because I do want to end up finding a clip of me studying. Damn. I just don't want it to be something. I just want to see how it is if I end up throwing on this clip. Maybe it is going to be me making the websites. And I'll probably change it up for later. Because I do have to end up recording myself studying for this future certification and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just going to keep it up on whatever it is right now. So that's all good. And then probably just switch this to 46. But eventually I'll end up fixing this, but it's just a test. It's just a test. Let me read some of these comments before I go, y'all. That's all. I'm crying. Y'all, it's hilarious. But no, yeah, bro, we're going to end up ending this stream right here. I am glad and hope you guys ended up enjoying. Make sure y'all double tap the chat to leave a like. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button. I'm going to keep y'all on here, though. Don't do me like that, y'all. I know y'all saw that. Come on. But all right. I'm going to end this right here. Love y'all. Deuces, deuces, deuces. Y'all are staying, though. TikTok, you are staying. You're coming with me. We're going somewhere. And then everybody just leaves. There's only like one person. It shows that there's 2 people, but it says 1 person. That's so weird. Oh, I think it is 1 person. I don't know how that shit works, man. I don't know how TikTok will be working. I just be trying. But all right, we'll catch you on the next one. Love y'all, love y'all, love y'all. I'm going to keep the horizontal one up. Remember, it's a pre-recorded clip. Please don't come at me. I'm literally telling you right now, it's a pre-recorded clip. All right, deuces, 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 deuces. Let's see how much I kind of want to see how much subs I got. I got 6 subs from that vertical stream on YouTube, by the way, y'all. I know y'all. Yeah, I'm talking to you, TikTok now. I got about six of them. I think my horizontal could still see me. But let me go real quick, and I'm going to. I think I have to end stream.